And press the button. Press the button, press that button, and make sure we press this button. And then we can press this button. And everything's working. The microphone is not muted.
Is it though? Is it?
It's not. It's not. I've checked. Even Discord is running, and everything should be good. Hey! Good evening again, everybody. Good evening to friend Mars, who joins us after a long and lengthy absence.
Of a day. Which I suppose, given my usual track record, is technically a long and lengthy absence in comparison.
I was going to say it felt longer. Then again, maybe that was just the experience.
Some of the experience.
However, you will be amazed to know that I am like kind of mostly level 20 in most crafting classes now. Like a professional.
Fair enough.
Obviously, there is more to be done, but I am nothing if not wildly inconsistent in the small details. So whilst it's still very much a goal that I have all of my crafting classes leveled up before I really step into Heavensward, it doesn't really matter whether the story happens first. And you seemed so impatient the last time.
I don't know why I kind of just zoned out. What did you say? That wasn't even because I didn't care for what you were saying. I got distracted because someone messaged me on Discord. So it was literally just a squirrel.
Never mind.
Alrighty then.
Right, so I'm back in the chair, assuming my position of the boss. And we can get on with story stuff. There is one minor difference. Observe! I have dried plums now.
Congratulations.
I.e. a whole +8 to my spell speed.
I would clap for you, but you're not in the open instance, so I can't.
Ah, right. Minfilia, how you been? Minfilia's considering which of her many responsibilities demands her utmost attention. Ah, well. That's a problem I know well. I've just been doing that myself, you know. Should I go out and chop logs down, or should I go and save the world? I am most eager to address the Asian threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Probably not. I'm going to be real honest, you weren't all that good at dealing with just the primal threat till I turned up. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Sounds need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? I mean, yeah, a bit more manpower, that helps. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Sir Josh, in particular, is a... Die. Dry throat. Sir Josh in particular is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. Yes, indeed. As mentioned many times in the past, I am amazeballs. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Uldar? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Guardian agent. I mean, I suppose it's not exactly the kind of corruption that they're used to. Suffice it to say, Ledgy and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Roban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time travelling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Uldar, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moonbreeder's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. So Josh, while we focus on that task, mayhap you could assist Arvinord in his Braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames if the Warrior Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Yeah, I wasn't about to forget that. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Sure thing, kid, so long as the coin keeps flowing. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. I was going to say, this is probably going to be something significant for the next hour and a half or so. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. By calling you up on the magic earphone and asking you to come all the way back here so then that I can tell you what's going on. Because that's the way you like doing it, isn't it, Milfinia? It is, isn't it? You rascal bitch, you. Da, 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 da. Riol, what up? Pleasure as always, Sir Josh. You'll be escorting the commander to Uldar, I take it. It's looking that way. Oh, no, actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you would be so kind as to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapons what found their ways into refugee hands a way back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. Ah, that place. Again. I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret. Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to Sir Josh, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Sir Josh? I mean, you're not really asking my opinion either way, are you? So, then it is settled. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert and Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Uldar. I expect good tidings. You expect away, boy. Hokey dokey. Oh. And here I was looking around for you. Also, I made myself a lot of plums, so I can just munch on those all day now. This is a good bird. Right,
I actually just recently purchased Final Fantasy 15.
I think I saw that, yeah.
Having a lot of fun with it.
Well, I mean, if you're used to this, then you probably would.
Forward more or right here?
Forward more. It is on the other side of the bridge. Ah, no, there he is. What?
Oh, did I go by him?
Yeah, it was just there. Right in the middle of the bridge, as it turns out.
By the way, the keybind to get out to dismount, besides just like pressing the button, is Z. I don't know if you've changed that.
Well, yeah, because I have an AZERTY keyboard, so Z for me is walk forward.
Ah, then it might be your unsheath button. Or your hold on, get on your mount.
Nice walk.
Well, the button changes when you're mounted.
Hiya!
Right, so no, not press Z.
Ah, it's X.
Oh, it's X for you?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
See? Now this right here, this is an ambush. It's a bridge, it's completely deserted, there's no one else on it apart from these two incredibly inconspicuous giant people in bright blue uniforms. No one will ever suspect a thing. Ah, Sir Josh, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. If they're of no consequence, then how can they pose a threat? Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing. I am appreciating the fact that they are, generally speaking, starting at it. I still have to do everything, but they're starting to get it.
Yeah, yeah. Also, the link I just sent you, as I mentioned in the past, I would send you the trailer and the song associated with that expansion. That is the Heavensward trailer. Do not watch it until we get to Heavensward, otherwise it will spoil some things that happen in A Realm Reborn.
Okay.
I'm just sending it to you now while I remember, versus, you know, when you get to it and I forgot.
Fair enough. I take it that means it doesn't show up in-game at all.
The Heavensward stuff?
Yeah.
The stuff on the trailer?
Yeah.
No, it does. Or, hold on, are you talking about the stuff that it's spoilers for Realm Reborn doesn't show up
Well,
in game?
I mean the big, well put together cutscene.
Not particularly.
Okay. Well,
So if you're worried
we'll
about it
see
like
to that
spoiling,
when we get to
if
it.
you're worried about it spoiling story content, the trailers they make sure to never really do that. They hint, they never spoil.
I mean, honestly, Mars, at the point I'm currently at, I have to ask the question and then think about it for a good long time. I.e., is there a story? I do sometimes forget. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander LeVay needn't have dispatched you hither. Yeah, well, he's nothing if not insecure. I'm essentially like his personal comfort teddy bear at this point.
Yeah.
He doesn't like going anywhere without me. He doesn't like anything being done unless I'm the one doing it. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. He's not a powerful man. He's a tiny boy with a snooty attitude.
And a lot of money. A lot of money. That's kind of one of the hallmarks of Alpha Node and Lazered. They may be smart and they're very intelligent, but they are the Bruce Waynes of the Scion. They are incredibly rich.
Money is power. It is well known. Having found one in you, it is only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation.
To be fair, though, you are also a very competent person. The only competent person. So can you really 100% blame him for asking you for help a lot?
A lot. Okay. For literally everything. Moderately surprised that I haven't had to read him bedtime stories, so yeah. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that clients do not escape. First, will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Sir Josh. You can't say with me and then run off into the ether. Literally. With me! Anyhow, Mars, they went that way.
Yeah, I know.
Middle left.
Well, there's a cave system. So,
Right.
Well, I don't remember if they actually partake in this starting cave area or if it's beyond it.
Ah, there he is. Where? On that curve between those two blue crystal trees. Just on the edge of the cliff back there you just took off of.
Right in here?
Back it up.
In here?
Yeah, that'll do. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the black marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the... I skipped that. Oh well. Well, I know what this amounts to. Create a distraction by murdering him. Just... Yep. You there! Who goes there? An adventurer? Damned fool! You should never should have come here. Mars, I'm being attacked by Skyrim thugs. What, there's another one? Another one. That it? Seemed to be it. Yeah. What were the bodyguards doing way over there? It's so weird. I don't understand. What's all this about? Grog! Ah, the sounds of someone being beaten to death. Wildbird, you scoundrel. You're having fun without me. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander Levea will be most disappointed. Indeed, you literally had the most competent guy on the continent standing outside, and you brought the inexperienced recruit inside with you, who subsequently fouled up the important part of the job. It's right after Commander Levea specifically requested to have the most competent guy on the continent come and handle this business. You sidelined him and messed it up. Oh, this is not looking good for your career, Sonny Jim. Is what I'd say usually, but we all know there won't be any significant ramifications for this. Damn it all, a golden opportunity. Wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. Who saw that one coming? At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. What aid? Alas, we're here to aid them. As in, yes, because they're utterly incompetent to begin with. They're in no position to aid us. I mean, the brass blades never could have or would have helped. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. Basically, you bolster this up from start to finish, then.
More along the lines of information we received isn't correlating with information that's being displayed. And yet this information was received from very, very valid and very well-known sources. So something's not adding up right.
The sources are corrupt.
Or the people were tipped off.
Which would happen if the sources were corrupt.
Well, bear in mind.
Or there's corruption inside the Crystal Braves, which wouldn't surprise me. We've been actively recruiting as much as possible from everywhere, so the vetting can't have been all that good. I mean, I have big suspicions about Ilbert, to start with. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskwhite sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Uldar in my stead. Entrust them to the third Yuhaze. He will take care of the rest. Deliver the confiscated crate to Yuhaze in Uldar. Oh. Nope, wrong button. X this button. This button. This button. Off to Uldar we go. Where am I going? The hustings strip. Oh, no. I'm gonna be like, right, hang on.
Go to the Weaver's Guild. Go to the Weaver's Guild. One.
Well, this is by starting a city. I still get completely lost around here because I'd spent no time really exploring it at all.
It took me a while with each zone, but as time goes on, you do eventually start to figure it out and piece it together.
Well, yeah, but usually you get a bunch of... You just take the quests in an area and they send you, and this is the thing over here, and you go backwards and forwards, and you go backwards and forwards between the different places, doing things, and you build up the mental map of how you get to the different places, where everything is in relation to everything else. Whereas here, I was... Not really. It was a very brief sprint through of, and this is where this is, 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 and this is where this is. See?
Can I remember if you has this down over here, or if he's up?
You know, you don't teach anybody anything by giving them a very long list and saying, and you'll remember all of that forever, right? Backwards and forwards and built in any different order. Like, no, that's not how that works. Oi! Short hearts, I'm clicking on you. Pay attention. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend, the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Kurthus.
The
Now,
reliable crystal.
what brings you to us this day? I have this box for you. I am the most powerful guy on the continent, and I am once again serving as a delivery boy. Here is your heavy box of weapons. Seriously, I was just carrying that. A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Indeed, apparently it can. Riol stated with confidence that there would be far greater quantity of weapons. And yet, there was not. A blatant falsehood. Clearly Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of Uldan merchants who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Guardians up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. You had dark hair the whole time? I totally thought you were some kind of blonde. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Anyan, for the freedom of all. Ah, they're way up into that salute they just invented for themselves the other day. How heartwarming. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Sir Josh, a word, if it please you. Sure thing. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't you worry. Okay. Sapphire Avenue Exchange is that way. This way. Okay. Why are we having a word surrounded by many, many more people than we were before? Thanks for indulging my request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. Apart from those who are paying attention. Who you wouldn't notice because there's so many more people around. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything, leave no detail out. Ah, well, apparently, you see, there was blatant incompetency, and the merchant was killed, and there was barely any weapons, apparently. That's not quite how the first told it. These duskwights they were chasing, latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself? I mean, no, not that you mentioned it. Not before the fighting started, and not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend, I've a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending an ear. Right then, let's get back to it. The Crystal Braves have become very big and very established in like a week. Sir Josh, can you hear me? This is Tatteru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Who saw that coming? Please come and see me as soon as you are able. Yeah, don't tell me why. No doubt Minfilia has learned of something of import, and rather than... This is exactly what I said was going to happen. Again! Oh, well, at least I have a button for it. Now this thing's dead. That woman is riding a moon. Which may in fact be a very ornamental banana. Before going in there and getting a cutscene of some kind, I am going to go and swap my battery out. Be back in a moment. business. Right. Tataru. What the fuck? It's so important that I had to come all the way back here without you even bothering to explain why. Thank you for coming so quickly, Sir Josh. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady, by all indications. Ah, that one. Our guest is with the antecedents in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Right then. Ah, yes. Lucia. Good to see you again.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
So I've heard.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have indeed.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Whatever you can tell, you're going to tell him, you can tell to me, because either way, it's going to involve something needing to be done, and I'm going to be the one doing it.
The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
Mm-hmm.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Well, it seems to be entirely about me, so yes, I do.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
What's an alarum? Does it sound nice? Does it have something to do with bells? It's like a big vertical metal tube that you kind of clang on one end. Or is it a wind instrument? Either way, I have no idea what you're talking about, woman. I know what an alarm is.
Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers.
Interesting.
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertier Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
Well, I wasn't here at the
After
time, so
an
you'd have to ask
absence
around.
of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Listen, I'm really liking the Dormants. The fact that, you know, the Crystal Braves, okay, they're a ragtag bunch of just soldier guys and gals recruited from every other ragtag bunch of soldier guy and gal around the place. And then the Domans are just, you know, basically trained assassins and intelligence gatherers that we just sort of picked up by essentially not being dicks. Oh, I could harbour, you know, a massive agency of assassins like that. Oh, you need someone else to say. I got a couple of spare rooms. Feel free.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
I'd have thought you would have, yes.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken.
Right.
It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm
So,
roared
you
at
know
all,
how,
much less that it
like,
was Midgardsormr.
how I've mentioned that everyone is made out of ether, right?
You totally talked over Lucia.
Well, I can't.
Lucia.
There's timing here, okay?
There is. You totally whiffed it.
And I thought I timed it right, okay? But I'm working with a delay here, so fuck off.
I mean, I'm not the one complaining. You'll have to take it up with the audience. It's not very big at the moment, and they show up much later. I have noticed this. It's like, guys, I'm streaming now. You could be here now, watching this now. You could even be participating, interacting. We could be having a little bit of a back and forth, but no, you'll want to watch the VODs. Fine. So what you were saying, Mars?
So, as I was mentioning, you know how I mentioned where like all things are made out of ether?
Yes, I do believe you once mentioned that.
When it comes to dragons are the same. But whereas humans are only indirectly able to like manipulate ether and stuff like that, dragons are more directly able to manipulate ether. It's the same way as dragons with like any other universe that has magic. Dragons are made of magic. They're part of magic. It's woven into their very being. Humans will always be second-rate magicians compared to dragons. Blah 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 blah. Same thing. So, when dragons like do the roar, they are literally roaring through the ether. They're not just roaring through sound. They're roaring through the cosmic energies of the world.
Magic roars.
Yes.
Okay. Still somewhat underwhelming.
Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
So the mission at hand is going to be to walk up to the giant dragon corpse, stare at it real close, and poke it with a stick to see if it's actually dead. It's like, hey, you making rory sounds, you dragony worm, you... Poke.
Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Fine, I will go and poke the giant dragon corpse in the eyeball.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
Oh, there.
To prepare for
Off you
what,
go.
pray tell?
The usual war, I would imagine.
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Yeah. I seem to be feeling very strumpy about that. I imagine there's going to be games. The technology already exists for it, so there's going to be games in the future where the expression on your character's face in cutscenes is going to be your actual expression. You know, you'll have a webcam or something that reads your expression and then puts it on. It's not even a joke. Like, it's going to be a thing. VTube is pretty much already operating like that, so putting that into a game is not much further on. But you can imagine why I'm going to be standing there the whole time.
I'm 100% behind that, but I just imagine that like some people would just like, because like let's be real here, some people's resting face is just with like drool, mouth open, drool dribbling down their chin, you know. So I just imagine that like in a really really intense moment, you know, like characters are dying, you know, explosions are happening, and it just pans over to your character, just mouth open, drool dribbling down their chin, completely ruining the moment.
Billy, no! Oh shit. Yeah, the character's standing there going, Billy, no!
Exactly.
My dear, my heart burns for you with the passion of 1,000 stars.
or like, you know, it's meant to be a really happy, energetic moment, and some people, their resting face is just resting bitch face. So it's just, I love you and I appreciate you, and it just looks like they're trying to take a shit, or like this is like the action of telling someone that you're happy and enjoying yourself is like ripping out your soul.
Yeah. I'm probably going to turn up in most cutscenes. Just you're shitting me, right? There's this constant questioning expression of it. It'll be interesting to see. What do you say? Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I will ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius von Beelza attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. And then, dragon. Suck it, biatch. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Sormer, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Guardian airships overhead. And yet we still think of them as enemies because these guardians are religious fanatics like that.
Well, the most of the world is neutral towards dragons. They honestly don't care. It's just Ishgard that is enemies with them.
Yes, and Ishgard is absolutely neutral, well, pretty much absolutely neutral with everybody else, despite the fact that the dragons have actively helped us beat the Guardians. So, if anything, we should be seeking to ally ourselves with the dragons. Should we not?
Problem is that a lot of the dragons associate man as one race, as man is wont to do with the dragons.
Well, that's just a question of ignorance.
They're pissed off at the Ishgardians, they're kind of pissed off at everyone.
Again, it's a question of ignorance.
Yes, because
It's not necessarily the fault, but, you know, we can make the step forward. I mean, say someone as competent and, you know, provenly indestructible as myself could show up and say, hello, could you please stop breathing the fire on me for 2 seconds? I have some things to say. Thank you.
Which is kind of the point of Heavensward.
Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I had kind of guessed that from the Heavensward title. There were a whole bunch of things about that were turning attention to the heavens and going upwards, so...
Yeah.
I know.
It's kind of... the only reason why I'm willing to say that is because it becomes
it's fairly fucking obvious.
when we get to the trailer.
Not even at the trailer, it's just pretty obvious.
Yeah.
We've been talking about dragons and dragon kings returning, and then
And
all of a
Ishgard
sudden,
and
heavens
stuff like-
ward towards the sky and upwards, and I get it. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below, yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. The same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing ether for miles around. I have...
Yep.
That's that thing that I remember my guide Mars telling me about.
Yep.
And it's just as well he told me, because otherwise I probably would have been just even more pissed at the General Cow walking around going, why is any of this like this up until now? And then going, oh, that's an explanation. What did it look like before? Does anybody have a picture? No. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess.
Actually, yes. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
Okay. Continue with the story. I'm gonna have to find it for a second. I don't have it right on hand.
Okay. I shall even try to put it up on the stream, because if anybody's watching, who knows? It may be a point of interest. We all know what Mordona looks like now. General radioactive shithole.
Silvertears
So,
is
apparently it did not
Mordona
look like this
itself?
before. In fact, I already brought up the fact that I cannot understand how this was any different. Oh, all the water evaporated. Okay, but where was it held in before? It's like, I don't see any mountains surrounding this place. I don't see how this could be a lake bottom. But yes, a photo would be nice. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its centre a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Aymric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the keeper of the lake. You would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Okay.
So, for context, we never actually, in 1.0, we never actually directly go to Silvertear.
Oh.
That was meant to be an area later that was going to be added in later on. But they never got to it because, well, things got out of hand, and they decided to just go straight to Realm Reborn. But canonically, this is what Silvertear used to look like, or the events of Mordona.
Well, they were figuring out how to do it and design the map and all that, and then they just got so tired of everything they said, fuck it, and literally blew it up.
This was an official benchmark image, so I'm afraid I can't get rid of the other stuff. But this was official art drawn for the benchmark.
That's Silvertear Falls. For sure.
Yes.
For sure,
Yes.
for real. That's...
They're actually very lush and very pretty.
It is, but it's not so much that the water disappeared as the trees disappeared, really.
Well, the water is still there's still a little bit of water, but remember, as I mentioned, the lake used to be incredibly deep. So it wasn't wide, as I mentioned.
I
It
mean,
was
deep and wide, because I can see where the water is, and you were saying that the Crystal Spire was mostly at the bottom of it, even though it also got thrust up. Like, it was at the bottom, and also the water that went away, and it went way up at the same time.
A bunch of earthquakes and.
But, like, I ain't seeing these mountains for starters in the area, and I ain't seeing these dips either, and also that looks like it's more or less the same amount of water, if I'm being honest. And where are these rocks? These have completely gone as well, so they're nothing to do with anything anymore, and I mean, I was going to try and put this on the stream, but actually I would just encourage other people to look it up. It's a Final Fantasy XIV official benchmark for NVIDIA, and apparently it has something to do with Silver... When Silver Falls makes sense, there's plenty of waterfalls around, but I still don't see how that became Mordona. I don't see it. You can't see the before and after transformation from this. You can't tell.
Yeah, no, I don't. It's, as I mentioned.
It's like, this is a photo. That's just, an artwork of a place, and then there's Mordona, and you're saying that this artwork became Mordona, and I don't see it.
Yeah.
But it's the game dev's fault. All right, now then, Let us not neglect our own task. There is much to be done, and precious little time to do it. Yes, I have to go and ask the ninjas, hey, has the dragon corpse moved? And they're going to say, no. And then I'm going to go and fly up to it and poke it in the eye with a stick. Just to double check that it's not moving. Hang on. Oh my god, it is a tiny miniature creature on a tiny miniature motorbike. That's what the noise has been. It's a little tiny little toy motorbike.
The lava fell on it.
Bing, bing,
I can't
bing,
even remember
bing,
what Final
bing,
Fantasy
bing.
that's from. I think that's...
It's going to take off and
think
go
that's-
me me.
I think that's Cloud's motorcycle.
Yeah, the little kitty miniaturized version. Right, it's a pocket bike.
I actually
Okay.
used to have a pocket bike. I think it's fun.
I have been in the presence of pocket bikes. I always thought, my god, that's one of the most stupid inventions I've ever seen. Why have you motorized children?
To make their parents suffer.
Dom and watch! Hiya, has the dragon corpse moved at all? Have you noticed?
So, you want to do this one legit too?
Yes. I didn't know I was going in for a one, but, yes. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Guardians. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Century, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. Well, yes, inform us of that. Look, way before this. What do you mean, small airships? You should have informed us the first time an airship showed up. And by the way, there still shouldn't be a
that's the point
Castrum.
he's getting at. They just
We
started to
should
show
have
up.
killed them all by now. Jesus Christ. Literally enemies of the continent in a little fortress in the middle of it. This is stupid. We should not allow this to continue to be. Fuck it, just say the word. I'll do it myself. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperate in need of spare parts and other equipment, and you're letting them go and pick them up here. Great! So it's true then. These Guardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Yes, that's okay, I will go and look at this very clearly dead body and see why people think it might be coming back to life. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage and the aforementioned Guardians who won't take kindly to your presence. I don't care about them. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades. Aha, a few of those magical, mysterious, otherwise completely unknown and unmentioned, canonically impossible comrades to the base of the Agrias, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. The Keeper of the Lake, now accessible.
They actually reworked this dungeon not too long ago.
That's cool, I guess.
Yeah. It wasn't necessarily hard, just monotonous and really annoying when you got it.
I mean, you seem to have described most of the game there.
Remember that.
So, basically, it was a dungeon.
Yeah. Yes, Typhoon Nugget. Go up on them. Attack them.
Actually, yeah, there's one over there. How can I just order my burb to attack?
Your bird will only attack when you start attacking.
Oh, damn it. Alright. Okay. Go!
Why are you just having your bird attack?
Cause he can do it. Go burb! See? Typhoon Nugget is a strong burb. He is a burb of war. Slightly unlike Mars, who is today a capoeira of war.
Oh, what? A war?
Capoeira. Well, the capoeira isn't really a person, it's the dance. You've heard of Brazilian dance fighting, yes?
Yes.
It's called capoeira.
Ah. Devin, look at me for 1 second. Hey. Got any games on your phone?
What was that? What?
Yo, look at watch me for a second, okay? Right? Hey man. You got any games on your phone?
See, that's a really cool ability. Is that pugilist?
Yep.
Ah.
More specifically, it's
monk. With the movement. That's cool. That's good. I like that.
monk is unique. So every class has at least one ranged ability, right? Tanks have it so they can pull aggro. DPS classes have it so that way they can, you know, when they have to back away, they can still, like, you know, throw a spear or something else like that.
Throw
Monk
knives.
is the only throw a knife in the ninja's case. Monk is unique in that it is the only class that does not have a ranged ability. The only one. In return, you have the most universally powerful dash in the game. You can dash from the furthest distance. You can dash to enemies. You can dash to allies. You can haul like as I was saying, the distance I can dash to you from is here. I can dash from here to you. Admittedly, I can't free dash, right? I can't just push the button and just dash in a direction, but I can dash the greatest distance compared to any other class in the game.
Okay.
So, you also, as Monk, do you remember Udyr in League? How Udyr was a stance champion?
Yes.
Monks are the same. See, you don't really have a combo. Like Udyr, you have different abilities that can segue well into each other, right? And that is your combo. So, for instance, you have... I have to do it as AoEs because if I target any of these guys here, I'll kill them. So, for instance, you have your starting ability, which your AoE looks like that, right? Then you have that flows, which grants you what's called raptor form.
How come you're still wearing your Bloodborne assassin gear as a pugilist?
Because this pugilist is only level 80, not 90.
Oh.
This is the level 80 gear. We've been over this.
Well, no, not really.
No.
Or if we had, I refer you back to we've been over everything once. And I don't remember everything.
Fair point. This is just, I don't have, Monk is at level 80 right now. And this is the level 80 gear.
Oh, that's not for any specific class, it's just the generic level 80 gear. Like what I'm wearing now is pretty much the generic level 50 gear.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the tomes. This is the tombstone here.
Right.
Um,
See, now I get it. Now it makes more sense. It was when you were showing up as the ninja before, I thought that was genuinely the full-on max level ninja gear.
no, because I also have that general appearance white mage. See?
Okay.
And then also,
With the spiky ball of death.
yeah. But you gave me this shoved up your ass. The reason why I say that is because a lot of, you know how I mentioned that a lot of melee classes have directionals,
Yeah.
right? You want to be on like the flank or the side. Yeah, most dragoons are from behind.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's meant to be an influence to like with dragoon lore. They try to, you know, they kill dragons by snapping their spine. That's the whole point. So in other words, they want to get behind them, above and behind them. So you know, basically you're sticking a pointy stick up enemies' rectums.
So hard that you snap their spine.
Well,
That's
that's where the leap ability is.
That's, if anything, a slightly too brutal form of combat. Welcome to the Dragoon School. What we're going to teach you to do here is something you're not going to want to tell to anybody. That's how we keep the secrets.
Anyways, back to Monk. Monk has 3 stanzas. They have raptor form, they have coral form, and opo form. Right?
Yes, I've heard of this.
Yeah. Each form segues into the next. You always start with raptor. That's always your starting form, right? And then raptor goes into coral, coral goes into opo sways back into coral. You have essentially 2 abilities per stance, right? The first one is pure damage. It's your primary damage. Your secondary one is status effects, making it so that way your next, your next ability of that kind does more damage, applies a dot on the enemy, makes it so it gives you more, it gives yourself increased damage, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
This guy appearance is almost really good. Just it's an amalgamation of like everything. Our tank, that is.
Ah, yeah.
Like the mask and like he has the startings of a good thing. It's just the gloves that are kind of like meh.
Ah, I also just noticed, hey, I'm back to being level 50 again.
Also, the other thing with Monk is that you have a chakra system. Whenever one of your abilities crits, you gain a chakra, and you need 5 of them. So when you have all 5 of them, you can expend them to do a powerful attack, which can either be single target or AoE.
Okay.
You also have arguably some of the most OP buffs, in my opinion.
And I've seen some of the buffs available so far, and as far as I can work out, an OP buff is not... I don't think I'd be blown away with it, by it, put it that way.
So your first buff is you reduce your auto attack delay by 75%.
Okay, that's a good buff. That's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're just literally punching the shit out of things, like a lot. Your other buff is you increase your damage dealt by 20%, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty good, yeah.
And your final buff is you reduce the damage you take by 25% and also heal for a little bit while the buff is going on. That's as much as a tank with damage reduction. Also, you want to stay away from the glowing things. They explode. So when these two explode, we're going to set up the other two, and we're going to get them. So, over here. This boss used to be a lot more, like you used to have to like stack the explosives up in certain spots, and if you didn't do it right, this boss would be easy wipes.
Huh.
Yeah, this boss was a massive pain in the ass.
And it's just like the first thing to show up in the area.
Yes, it was one of the, this boss alone was one of the reasons why it was such a pain in the butt.
I see. Or I killed it. Oh, cool. Bigger rooms for the snake.
Dash with me, and then we just killed it.
That's what I swear. It died.
You also have another buff that you can give to teammates too, which is called Brotherhood. And Brotherhood makes it so that way, you remember how I mentioned the chakra system only works when you crit with an ability?
Yeah.
With Brotherhood, it makes it so that way when you guys crit, I also get a chakra too.
Okay.
So you know, it just helps me. You know, it helps me get chakras, and in return, you guys get a. Oh, it also increases your guys' damage by 10%.
Ah. Something just threw a fireball at me. Also, one thing I'm noticing about this place is that it's remarkably hollow, and all the platforms are horizontal.
No, this is a temp base that put up while they were scavenging.
Well, they got pretty far with it, didn't they? They managed to build a lot in a couple of airship drops.
Bear in mind, we didn't care.
Almost as if no one was paying attention for no good reason at all. It's what the enemies of the continent were doing in our own backyard. Even then, the rest of this structure is ridiculously hollow.
Well, because we're standing on most of it. Because remember, it's slammed down, so most of the structure would have fallen down.
A little bit, but not everything inside. Like the outer shell remains quite sturdily. Hey-ya! Have salt
So
things
this
done to you.
boss
Ha ha ha!
wasn't as, like, wipe heavy as like previous bosses, but it was pretty annoying because you're gonna see why. He kind of carpets the whole floor with fire, and that fire would remain for quite some time, and it would be really annoying.
Huh? Seriously, we're just walking through here to see if the dragon is alive or dead, and they are trying very hard to kill us, the Guardians. These are the kind of neighbours we have. Why do we permit them to exist? What we're doing has nothing to do with them. It's hardly even in their favour.
Well, to be fair, the reason why we're fighting them is because, they think we're trying to stop them.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Ah! The dead body is not very dead. Well then.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy Lord. Remember more.
Nope, this asshole decided to start
and
anyways.
fear me.
Move immediately to sealed area. Okay, sure. Ah! Ow!
You're invincible for a few seconds when you show up, so you're fine.
Well, that's good. Because I would have gotten hit by both of those.
Yeah. So Midgard Somer, as you just saw, will summon mimics, or like the spirits of other dragons, and they will mimic some of these attacks. So you can kind of figure out where they're facing when you look at them. See the arrows. This is going to.
full of fear is thy heart. I don't fucking think so, bitch. What do you want about?
So this explosion can start from the center and then make its way outwards. And you have to wait for it to go off and then move your way in.
Okay, I didn't do that last part.
No, I did not.
It did not do a lot of damage.
Back up.
Apparently he takes exception to my constantly casting magic at his face. You know, fair enough.
Me? You're actually right where it's safe spot to be. So yeah, starts in the center, just make it its way outward. What happens? I had to figure out where I was in the
I
combo.
see that the limit break bar is full.
Yes, but since I'm a melee DPS, that means I have to get
What?
Sorry.
I don't know, I've never cast a full 2-bar one before. Was that it? Okay, that was very
That was
underwhelming.
mine. The two
Also,
bars-
why did the monk
as I
pull out a
mentioned-
sword? This makes no sense.
as I mentioned, all are more or less the same across all classes.
Okay.
Well, what I more mean by that is the same in animation across the various classes that,
But basically, it's only the 3-bar one that's of any particular interest.
yes.
Picaroon's strategy of striking can go away. Alright.
This is the part, this next little part that we're gonna go through here annoys me so much with the story. It's one of the few things that actually like legitimately annoy me, and it's probably going to piss you off.
Reprieve.
I'll bear that in mind. Now, Midgard's almost says that by her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. I was fully intent on being the biggest dick imaginable to you, but you were saved by Heidelin. I'll be back later.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Okay. So we can communicate.
Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
Bit extreme.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
No, they mustn't. That's a stupid philosophy.
We do not forget. We do not forgive.
Then you're an idiot.
7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Oh, fine, let's fight again, bitch.
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen.
Something like that.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Ah, so there was some prophecy involved. Oh, that's handy. Ah, my sacred realm. I wasn't expecting to be shot back here, but dragon lasers do have mysterious effects, it would appear. Ah, my Ifrit stone. What? What? Dude blanked out on my sacred stones. What a bitch. I'm assuming that's bad.
That's very bad. And you will see why. Which is, I'm not going to explain why it's bad, because the story's going to do that in a little bit.
Dude broke my sacred space.
Mayhap
You broke your
thou
no-no space.
thinkest me
You know that's the no-no space.
It is my sacred realm.
breaker.
Yes, you bitch. You said you wouldn't harm me, and then you lasered me through the sacred realm.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
Oh, right. So I was just walking around with like a big, like a body armor this whole time, and you walked up and cut it to shreds, and then said, well, it's not my fault if you now get shot. I'm not doing any damage to it. Fuck you, dragon bitch.
It is a technicality.
Your ass is
Dragon-
grass.
I did but
He's already dead.
slip
He's just an ephemeral being at this point. We can't do shit to him.
feeble
Ground his bones up and fucking snort him.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Who's that?
The covenant binds me to thee.
What?
I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
You may summon Midgard Soma, bisecting the corresponding within your mini. Right, I have a Midgard Soma pet.
He can, like with the Cloud of Darkness, he will occasionally land on your shoulder.
Hang on, I have to go pee. And with
Already?
the brain space returned to me for having done that, I will have thoughts about this.
Okay.
For now.
See, now the story's starting to get a little interesting, huh?
Processing. Okay. You there?
So, I'm here. Ask your questions. I will do my best to answer them in a means that will not spoil story.
No, I'm going to point out what I think has just happened.
Go ahead.
So, basically, I'm thinking that a long, long time ago, Heidelin, with a minimum of forethought and yet at the same time not a whole lot of forethought, brought forth like humanity unto the world, where there was possibly already a dragon at the time, this Midgard Soma, and she said, Man, these assholes, they're gonna just be assholes the entire time for like thousands of years. Just thousands of years of stupidity and assholery. And eventually there's going to be a huge fucking mess that's just going to need to be cleared up. And at that time, I shall choose an appointed chosen, and I will give them powers, and they will clean up the mess. And they will go around, and they will be my chosen avatar. And because she was stronger than Midgard-Soma, she said, and you will not go and burn their faces off, and you will help them. And Midgard-Soma agreed to this pact. So, all this time later, I meet up with Midgard-Soma as the Chosen. And he goes, so you're the Chosen One. Well, according to the pact, I have to, follow you around. I am bound to you, but, and I'm also not allowed to burn and melt your face off, but, fuck your chosen powers, because she didn't say anything about me annihilating that. So, you're powerless now. I will follow you around and watch as somebody else kills you because you no longer have the power to deal with all the problems in the world. Ha 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 ha. I outthunk the thing. I am the smartest dragony worm boy. Go me.
You're close, but you have it a little backwards.
Really?
Yeah. So, dragons are not from this world. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it now because you learned that in like a couple class and side quests tell you this. Dragons aren't from our world. They are literally actually aliens.
I see.
Brought here by Midgard-Soma. Midgard-Soma was allowed to bring his children here by striking an agreement with Heidelin. I'm not going to say what that agreement.
Well, I assume it has something to do with him being bound to me and following me around in tiny baby dragon form.
It's related to that, but they did have an agreement. I'm not going to go into what the agreement is because it's story stuff.
But I'm assuming that his lasering of my sacred realm was not a part of the deal. That's just him being a dick.
That is him being a dick. Because Midgard-Soma, so initially, this is side story stuff that you kind of get with Dragoon, right? Which is why I'm willing to tell you this.
I'm not going to be a Dragoon, so... Exactly.
Dragons think flat out they are 1000% better than humans. This mindset occurred from the moment
they were dragons
and humans. Yeah, from the moment like humans and dragons started interacting.
Yeah. Humans and dragons.
Yeah. They basically just thought like, we are better than them. We're dragons. We're cooler. We're more badass. And essentially, Midgard-Soma for the longest time, because of the agreement he had with Hylian, Midgard-Soma wasn't ever directly able to. He never actually did anything about it. He kind of just let his kids have free reign until now. And essentially what he's essentially doing is, I do not think humanity deserves the planet. And everyone, I do not think humanity deserves to control themselves. And if they do not submit to us, they will burn. He does not think humanity is worth it anymore, and is just ready and is willing to let his kids burn the world. That's essentially what it is. Without going into story stuff and trying to give you as much of a non-spoiler as possible.
I mean, in fairness, I've met quite a lot of the humanity in this world, and I would say he has a point.
Yeah.
They are just incompetent douches. There's a lot of them. They're either devoid of brains or they're assholes.
Yeah.
And or both.
So because he recognizes you have been chosen by Heidelin, but because he has lost faith in humanity, he is going to make it as difficult for you as possible.
Right.
Unnecessarily, I might add. Because it's kind of just like calm your.
He's being
Again,
busy.
this he's being petty, and I hate it when people are petty. It pisses me the fuck off. It is one of my largest pet peeves. So I try, besides like as a joke, I'm very ever rarely petty. At least never intentionally. Okay?
This is true.
Like I might be a little petty.
I
as, like, a
remember
joke.
trying to be petty with you a little bit on occasions, and you never reacted to it very well positively at all.
Yeah. It is one of my biggest pet peeves.
Right.
This is why this next story arc annoys the hell out of me. Also, go ahead and continue with the story. Very soon here you're going to have a trial, and then after that, it is literally smooth sailing until you get to Heaven's Ward. It is just story quest stuff.
Which we wouldn't do the entire time anyway. Okay.
Right, but what I'm more saying is that up until you get to Heaven, like, from this point on...
Would I be able to gain
there's not
XP
another
when I
dungeon.
reach Heaven's Ward?
What was that?
Would I be able to gain XP again once I reach Heaven's Ward?
Yes.
That'd be fun, because I'm really bored of being level 50 all the time. I'm technically level 56, but whenever something significant happens, I return to being level 50 again.
The first few dungeons are like... once you get to Heaven's Ward, the dungeons, you are still a little ahead of Heaven's Ward, but the dungeons will rapidly start to catch up. Like, they'll start being like 52, 54, 56, 58, you know.
Oh, good. Because everything is 50 at the moment. Everything has
the
been
dungeons
50
will-
for weeks now.
Yeah, the dungeons are going to start rapidly catching up to you, so.
Don't worry, I was
Yeah,
beginning
as I
to fear the
mentioned,
worst. Were those
Heaven's-
explosions I saw? Possibly. Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Almano left a message stating you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Doman, as I was saying earlier, I don't mind you Doman folks, but he wasn't going to spend the rest of the afternoon just hanging out. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Also, all the ether's gone. That's interesting. This place is huge. And there's still not a single bed in it anywhere. Da 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 da.
Yeah, that is one thing that a lot of people really kind of gripe about in terms of like the world thing, and why they eventually made the change that they did in regards to the buff, like the sign-off buff, was that the places where you could sleep were incredibly limited. You could only go to like the major city hubs of those expansions, which meant like it would cost you an arm and a leg to teleport to those places. Which is why they eventually made it so that way you just need to log off at where an Aether Crystal is.
Like that's less of a solution and more just lazy abandoning of a principle.
Yeah.
Arvenor, praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Aimrate's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it. Then I would hear your report. That son of a bitch lasered my sacred realm! As far as I can tell, I'm not a warrior of light anymore.
You're just a warrior.
I'm still the most competent guy these people have ever imagined. But, in fairness, I was that when I showed up. It's just the nature of Eorzeans. You conversed with Midgard Sorma? I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish and was
has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Oh, I mean, technically he very much did die. It's just that, he's magical? He's magic.
His body died, but due to the covenant that he has, he is technically immortal.
Yes. His body died, but the rest of him didn't have anywhere to go, so it kind of just hung around.
He is literally regenerating a new body.
Oh yeah, that too. He did mention the fact that he was consuming Heidlin's body to make himself a new one.
Well, so...
Less resurrection and more a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments.
There you go.
Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Oh yes, he also mentioned that. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aymeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Soma in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk, lest we forget men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. And you wonder why they're being burnt to the ground. They really do kind of have it coming. For their own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation as Sir Aymric's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Yeah, make some shit up for the retarded religious folks. Is there something you are not telling us, Sir Josh? Yes, he lasered my sacred realm. You seem different somehow. Sacred realm lasered. 'Tis almost as if you were missing something important. My sacred realm! It got lasered! I've been saying this many times now. Will you pay attention, woman? 12 for Fend. Midgard Soma lasered your sacred realm? Are you all right? How do you feel? Slightly annoyed, if I'm honest. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. Yes, goody patooey. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Soma made mention of a covenant, did he not? He did. I made a strong guess at what he was going on about, and apparently I was mostly sort of, almost right.
You got really close. You just had some stuff backwards a little bit.
From context. One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althik and Nymir, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Soma ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was set to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? It would seem to be so. Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Has that hole in the back of her skirt always been there?
What was that?
Has the hole in the back of Minfilia's skirt always been there?
Yes.
Because it just straight up shows her ass. She's wearing tights and panties.
Yeah.
I suppose it's a credit to my gentlemanness that I never noticed up until now. Art thou a pawn or master of thy fate? Oh, hello, baby Midgard Soma. Is this the whole new body that you constructed for yourself, incidentally?
No, it's an effigy.
Okay. What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Many things, actually, as it happens. Including many dried plums.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale.
Yes.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness.
I don't think Helone had much to do with it. I think Helone is some kind of asshole who is provoking this whole conflict in the first place, for no good reason.
Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
One of the two in Eorzea?
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
I mean, it is a bit more portentous than most. Yes, Guardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. For any good reason? Probably not. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defences and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Asgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard-Sorma who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that the fireworks will be fun. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreeder has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Guardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I have completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Okay. Moonbreeder! Oh, for a second I thought you'd put some trousers on. No idea why I would have assumed that. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Yes, indeed, let's head back into the solar. So I must have wondered why we left. Seriously, woman, you were just
Now
too
that
tall to be
everything's
wearing
calmed
a
down a
skirt
bit,
that short.
relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Yes, I remember.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Yes, I remember.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Yes.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
It does seem somewhat impractical.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land?
This is something I had thought of a few times.
Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Yeah.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
So I thought you'd bring this up because you kind of thought of a way to do it, not just as a thing to do. Surely someone else would have thought, wouldn't it be great if you could use the power of a battery without having the battery with you? Everyone would say, yes, it would. But how would you go about doing that? She's reached the wouldn't it be great if stage.
Okay, I mean, sure, we're talking about magic here, and it's a video game, and obviously she's going to come up with the solution next time we speak to her. But what she's basically said is, you know, obviously it requires a massive amount of power to do this thing, and it's real hard to lug the kind of batteries you need around to do this. But what if you could leave the batteries at home and use the power wherever you wanted anyway? It's like, you know, what if, you know, instead of having to charge your phone all the time, you just took the battery out and you left the battery to charge in your house, and you just took the phone with you, and it just kept working. Wouldn't that be great? Your answer is, yeah. How do you do that? I'll think about it, but that's my idea. Aren't I a genius? Not really. It's the figuring out how to do it that would make you a genius among all geniuses. In the meanwhile, that's just a kind of a duh. Okay, the idea is at the moment, yes, batteries are impractical, but what if you could just not really... You just need to know that somewhere a battery exists, and you have access to all the power in it, wherever you happen to be. Somewhere someone has charged a battery, and because of this, I can now turn this light bulb on. What?
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
Yes, this should be good.
I thought you might say that. But no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Oh, and by the way, here's how to do it. I'm not going to explain how
the
it works, it
profusion
just
of
does.
corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether.
Alright.
Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
There's a bunch.
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength.
And then we all left it alone and went home, instead of just cleaning it up once and for all.
Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry.
That we did nothing to
They now
prevent.
seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men.
Yeah, almost like you should have just finished them all off whilst you were in the process of kicking their ass.
Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangrid and Papalimo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well, and be safe.
All right. Alfred, why are you standing around? 'Twould seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Uldar. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Yes. Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flarmin travels to Uldar, and we shall serve as her escort. Okay. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front or we shall fall. Yeah. You'd think they'd have cottoned on to that by now, but, well, they are Eorzean. Ah, how extraordinary that my little Assidia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side, not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Uldar has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah, woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, my lady. Who war? Woof woof. Ah, I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? Yes. Go on, off with you. Goodbye. Speak with Wilred at the cerulean processing plant.
So, since I don't have Hydaelyn's blessing anymore, does that mean I'm vulnerable to primals again?
I need to go do a few things before you get to this trial.
Okay.
That way, that way I'm I'm not having to take care of them during the trial. So that way, when you're doing the wrap-up stuff, I can go do more.
Yes, Moss. It's fine. I can handle this. You go poop, or whatever it is you need to do.
You need to go poop. You need to go take care of chores and shit.
Okay, so go do your chores, and then go shit. The order doesn't... It's not my business, is it? Commander Louvier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amalia. Sure thing, Boyle. But returning to the task at hand. The Flame's reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Roban's Push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Guardians could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. It'll be me. I will go out and kill them all. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Edelstein, Flame Lieutenant. Lieutenant Tavern, my soldiers tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Yes, I survived a very big explosion. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across some draftsmen. I've come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. They set some bombs. By my order, the Flames station here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest moves of the Imperial Army. I will once again ask you for your aid. We've been keeping a close eye on that Guardian garrison. It would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that has come in, the squad seen even the cash from a too few number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field and meet this assault head on. Okay. They planted bombs, but we found them. Now they've sent out some raiding parties. Glad to have you with us, Sir Josh, and I'm sure. Deployed small forces, main column summons to the north. Ilbert. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand that the Commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at his disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with aught the Guardians might throw at them. Even you cannot be everywhere at once. I know it's a problem for you guys. The third was getting restless holed up in Aldar, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Okay. None of this needs to be said. All of that was extraneous. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our preparations invariably succeed when your rounds and victories are wont to pave the road to greater glory. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads that better conceal. We need to split ourselves up as well to come over ground and make sure we root out all the redundancies as you are an army to the side of it. Basically, there's some guys over there! Hello, bait. That it? Two tiny groups of people, this is what we're worried about? You seem grim, Scion. Take that to mean that between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the cast room. These Imperials, though, they're certainly making us earn our pay. Would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the Fourth and let Lieutenant Alien know the West is now clear. That was it, huh? That really was it. Summoned all this way to deal with that much of a threat. That's all that they can afford to push out of that fortress. Why don't we just take the whole fucking thing? Ah! Alright, Lieutenant. Problems dealt with. Anxious word of your fellows. I assume they're fine. Lieutenant Alien has reported a sound victory over the main column, informing me that the Scions have already returned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Regadan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanaland is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I'd certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Okay.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Mm-hmm.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
Okay.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed?
I did.
The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
I mean, the way you said that was rather
a useful talent.
death flaggy.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do
Yeah, that was a
settle
dumb thing to
down.
try and do.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light.
Yeah, there's a dragon. He was a bitch about me having it.
Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff.
That stuff?
With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us?
To be snooty?
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has friends falling at his feet. Unconscious.
Yeah, that is kind of his vibe.
But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff.
Yeah, well, there's only one staff of any vague interest that I remember, and it's currently at the Rising Stones. We should probably head back there.
Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Yeah, that one.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
I just said that. Oh, here, I see you made it back before me, somehow. Master Louis's staff is kept in the cellar, isn't it? Quickly, now. I see that nobody else is here. Oh, it's gone.
You two.
Yes, us too.
So, you were able to divine my intent.
Yeah.
What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
As previously mentioned, that dragony bitch lasered my sacred realm.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
He probably will.
Moonbreeder!
I saw. Well, you got hit by a laser like that just
Why
before.
must you
left
insist
working
on
zones.
forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting?
No, apparently she didn't.
Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed?
Probably.
The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
What is with this dialogue? If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. He just told you! He just angrily declared that I know the thing that you have just told me. I have a cat to release. Ugh.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Really just gonna get captured again? Yeah, don't let me do anything to stop you. I'll just watch. It's a cutscene. I'm not allowed to do anything in cutscenes, you know.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Alright. You'll be right. You'll be right. You'll be fine. This isn't going to stay here the whole time, is it? Porta de Camara. I've been there for that before, haven't I? Ah, the ultimate weapon. Right, yeah, I vaguely remember it. Level 50 to do everything. Mr. Barnes is still not returned.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, there he is, just in time.
Oh, also, I heard your earlier question about that staying there permanently. No, that does not stay there permanently.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're not gonna, like, you know, accidentally walk into a portal to a different dimension and accidentally get sliced in half.
Well, I mean, it's just a kind of big blackish purplish ball, which kind of spoils the decor a bit. It's a little bit in the way. Like, if you could like, shift it over to one of the corners, that would be alright, but it's really in the middle of everything at the moment.
Just kind of like give it a kick or something. So, real quick, with this boss fight, it's going to work a little different. Most bosses, you want to limit break the boss, right? Makes sense. With this one, we won't actually be doing that. We will be limit breaking the, so he's gonna send us to like a, another pocket dimension, right? Though this one is of his creation, rather than this one being, you know, in between the realms. And essentially we'll start suffocating. We have to basically break through the barrier to get back to the main dimension that he's in right now. And the fastest way to do that is to limit break the tear.
Okay.
So, also for the most part, the boss himself, Gabrialis, is not that strong. He's not a really tough fight. He does have two. That's one white mechanic, right? Where we're gonna limit break the tear rather than limit breaking him.
Okay.
The other thing is that he's going to like channel energy and summon forth these orbs. They're gonna look. One's gonna look black and red. The other one's going to look green and blue. You'll notice the difference when we get in. He is going to start drawing these orbs to him. We need to make sure he doesn't absorb them by running into them and detonating them before they go off. However, though, you need to alternate which one you go to. So it needs to be like black and blue, black and blue, black and blue, you know? Because when you get hit by one, it will give you a vulnerability to the damage type that orb does. Black does magic, blue does physical damage. So if you get hit by too many blue ones, you'll stack up physical vulnerability, and it'll kill you very quickly. So you have to alternate between which one you get. If it is, generally speaking, you can let him have one or two, but you can, grabbing one immediately cleanses the effect. So like for instance, if there's two purples right next to each other, you can grab both purples and then immediately grab a blue and be just fine. So it's not like you cannot grab multiple of the same kind. You can grab two and then be done.
Okay.
Other than that, it's a pretty straightforward fight. Beat the shit out of him, dodge AoEs. That's pretty much the only two unique things about it.
No. Still right there, Moonbreeder? Yeah, I mean, yes, I have been desperately pursuing Minfidia through the rift before it closes, but I needed to summon my mysterious friends and allies first. You know the ones.
Yeah, that is one of the things that I always find hilarious when like characters are like dying or like crippled on the ground. It's like, don't worry, I'll help you out. I just need to, phone a friend. Beep, 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 beep.
Hello again, abductee of the ages. Oh, be creepy about it, sideburns. So, that went well then.
Yep. We died. videos.
I think I should be sitting outside that.
So there's going to be meteors that tanks are going to have to intercept.
Okay.
Immediately get rid of the meteors there. Also, you hit the wrong button. You're on your stream starting soon screen.
Oh my god! How did that happen? Ah, wrong one again.
Now you're on the on-break screen.
Yeah, flash through.
And now you're on the right screen.
But as we won, he laughed. Minfidia looks happy to be rescued again. She gets victimized quite a lot, really, doesn't she? My thanks. No problem. Anyway, I'm going back now. You get up and find your own way back.
What was that?
Let's talk about video. Oh, hey, Moon Radio.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You right? You're still on the floor, I notice.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
Mm-hmm. And this is the point where we capture him in some white etherite like a pokeball.
Don't just take a step back from it. Pick it up. Don't just stare blankly at it either. Do the thing.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Well, he doesn't even go, what the no?
What?
Oh, he does.
What trickery is this? No. No.
Oh, he does. He really does.
Cannot. No.
No.
Use Tube Samadhi to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Use Tube Samadhi to gather ether. Okay.
Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the blade of light.
It's shame that didn't kill him at the time, I'm remembering.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
I'll be more of a bitch about it.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Or a lot more ether?
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Well, I had a feeling something like this would be coming along.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Not anymore, apparently.
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
Indeed, she was far too charismatic and short-skirted for this world.
You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead.
Yep.
The most pointless death.
Really?
All of this is because Midgard Somer
This
had to be a
device
petty
is
bitch.
a legacy of Moonbreeder's
This
toils
entire
and
thing
sacrifice.
didn't have to happen if Midgard Somer just wasn't a petty bitch. Because Nabriellis would have never figured out where we are, would have never had, when Brita would never have to sacrifice herself. Like, this entire thing is just unnecessary in my opinion, because Midgard Somer just has to be a petty little shit.
I mean, yeah. Also, Heidelin had to be the sort of all-powerful goddess who didn't see it coming, and couldn't do anything about it.
I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Well, yeah, now you know why I just really hate this little tidbit here. I think it is completely and totally pointless. Moonbreeda did not need to die. Because Midgard Somer decided to just be a cheeky little shit. Not even a cheeky little shit, just a little shit. He just decided to be a brat.
Yeah.
Minfilia, are you alright?
Oh, hello, entire rest of the gang. You all finished having lunch, have you?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call.
That was a while ago.
We returned as swiftly as we were able.
Very late.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
He's very chipper.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She's dead.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
It was very dramatic, really.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
I would imagine not. Since you've just been told. Oh no, he has sensed a disturbance in the force.
There is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlean motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charleon behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
No, like her final words were that she got it.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end?
Yes.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Well, that was all very dramatic. Very intense. Man, I had my suspicions that Moonbreeder would be a temporary character, because she came in and was very charismatic and well-voiced. And that just didn't jive with the whole rest of the vibes. So, you know, I thought it would be unmeshed at some point. I didn't quite predict that particular ending, but yeah. Okay. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. Well, no, in theory, but when you're generally incompetent for ages on end, it's the kind of thing that adds up until it's inevitable. So before this particular conversation continues, we should reflect and mourn the loss of Moonbreeder during this non-commercial break.
Okay. Let us resume. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. Da, 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 da. That quest completion music doesn't jive with everything else going on, but as Moonbreeder was a native of Charlayan, I feel it is only fitting that we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost, and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There shall we pray for our dear friend's soul, and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Okie dokie.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser...
Yeah, I mean, just knowing what the staff did would have been good. How did you not?
But I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Oh, shut up, you bitch.
Other bargains will be struck.
Yes, it will be now. Thanks to my depleted sacred realm.
Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as an dissident, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Sir Josh? Yeah, that's the mourning process. It just takes the time that it takes. It is as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many, Louisoix, Moonbreeder, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. It is for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Sir Josh. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Well, I'll do what I can. Victory won, a comrade lost, one of the fallen, the living forge ever on, towards the light of a new day. There's plenty more Assyrians out there who's going to jump into the next Sword of Light. Have you a moment, Sir Josh? I believe Edo wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favour if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeder's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Downcast indeed. Hey, Sir Josh, great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know. The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy at Rathfrost. Ah, I'll be going back there again. I wonder if I'll be going backwards and forwards between that place and here a lot.
What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade. Or flour. Yeah, they've got you running errands now. Snot, them sergeants really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Tell me about it. Send the saviour of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Well, to be fair, in this particular instance, it's because you're a bit of a hard to deal with bitch too frequently. And they're a bit emotionally vulnerable just now. Seriously though, you best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocolate stables next. Frankly, it's too late for that. Anyway, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it here? Then take it and tell that Eda lass I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. Mm-hmm. Rowena can be so annoying. She just will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. Yeah, what I mean to say is, I really appreciate you doing this for me. So, anyway, let's see it. Here you go. Moon days are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Menfina during daylight hours. Okay. Sigh. Moon Breeder loved these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Ah, it's time for some dragon slaughtering, is it?
Is that what I think it is?
The dragon army? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
It appears to be running. Will it return me automatically, or am I going to have to... I thought as much. Now, apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbridge's passing. Our loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will soon arrive. We must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forgo the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly, you come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a what?
Apologies. I jumped in a little too early. This actually used to be a trial, and they changed it into a solo instance.
Oh, okay. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. What about all your precious wards? You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. I mean, I'll help because... fuck those interfering dragons getting in the way of my mojo and my ability to deal with my own shit. For no reason other than they want to be assholes about the whole thing. On the other hand, fuck the lot of you for making the lot of them assholes about the whole thing. Leslie. I have now been caught up in retaliation to shit that you lot have done and are perpetuating. So you're on my shit list. Very well, I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldar must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favourable reply. After all, you're a dicks who leave everybody else to essentially die to whatever else is going on, whilst you perpetuate a pointless war with the dragons, at cost to everybody else. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favourable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Aymeric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request, a personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard Soma and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Sure. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. I don't know that you'll be liking how I wear it if I have to show up on the battlefield. I'm half inclined to think that Iceheart had a point. Maybe you should just kill absolutely everybody involved with this conflict. Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Sir Josh.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Speak with Alphanode and Camp Dragonhead. Right, to Camp Dragonhead. Oh, it doesn't need them. It seems I was the swifter, Sir Josh. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Okay. Bothered bowman. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first-line defense can be so easily shattered. Yeah, I mean, apparently they walked right through here. Dyspeptic dragoon. Heretic scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? No, well, they're not divine, are they? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Sure, you will. We need not fret overmuch. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Tenterhooked. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. 'Twould seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. Yes, well, you weren't there. My apologies, we chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. You have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. Surely this is the part you should be defending. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct confrontation, direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Why did I have to talk to you to get started doing this? It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and retreat with you in the Intercessory. To the Intercessory. You guard, get out of my way. I thank you for coming with such haste and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Elfino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally. Estinian. I know that armor. I know it well. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. He's not blue at all, he's dressed in black. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and may thus contend with any Travanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. So, you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. I see now why my blood fair sang in anticipation of our meeting. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. What?
Dragoon stuff.
Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from the Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of its strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Yeah, he ain't got shit else to do. Seriously, who gets obsessed with one thing for 1,000 years? The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labour to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. No! Or the ability to move on from shit, apparently. What did you guys do to piss them off in the first place? And that is especially true of the great worms.
That gets explained in Heaven's Word.
Oh, okay. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defences, and now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covered the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. It is a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candour. Why share such sensitive information with us? 'Cause he's fucking desperate. I shall speak plain. Ishgard is fucking desperate, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. It seems, like a very internal affair. That thing that you guys absolutely don't interfere with. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. We are obviously assholes. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. And until the Guardian's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. Not that there would be anything there to claim. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hills. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Oh, now we're brothers. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aymeric. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye, he means to hurl his horde against Danifan's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city.
There can be no doubt the worm has summoned his minions to war. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavour would at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in common cause. Sir Aymeric was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the Antecedent. Hold and so. Do not do. Report back. Consult. Receive advice and instruction. Blah, 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 blah.
Alfino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Oh, this part's voice. Okay. I suppose the cutscene that started with just her going, ah, bah, bah. So, she is in fact fully capable of speaking at the moment. She just chose to look at me and go.
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Best to keep talking about it in this room far from Ishgard, though.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Yes, let's keep talking about it.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
Yes, that much is evident. Let's keep discussing the obvious.
All those people.
Well, you know.
Alfino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
In theory.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war.
Yeah.
But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
I mean, my definition of just tends to differ from yours slightly, but, well.
The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Oh, no problem.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Just in case it's been forgotten, I still don't trust Ilbert.
Ilbert is a traitor, right?
No comment.
I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphanor. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. Ah, yes, my mysterious, ethereal adventurer friends. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slafborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over the walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter.
So, you want a status update for how many more quests you have left?
Okay.
You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have 11 more quests.
Getting places. We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? We best see to our own defences and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Sir Josh. I have 101 things to discuss with Slafborn. Okie dokie. In that case, why don't I just leave it with you? Slafborn, I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of trolls and lookouts immediately. I'll also see that... as for rounding up volunteers for the running sale, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to Darnish Guardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Reverend's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? You have a town to rouse.
To be fair, this part right here is actually new. Because as I mentioned, this part used to be a trial, right?
Okay.
So you used to not go around talking to these random adventurers and asking them for help. You would just, you would make sure that the town was prepared by speaking to a few of the guards, and then commencing the trial, right?
Okay.
But because they made they swapped it from a trial, because they swapped it from a trial to a solo instance, they had to add in this quest for this reason, for asking the other adventurers for your help.
Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Fair enough. Hi. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the Fourth that day. And I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? Now you mentioned it, no, I was a bit busy after that. God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ildar. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company is a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talks about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you've got a water wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Sir Josh. Adventurous frontier hand. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege. Those nobles will sure be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? That's fine, stay there. We'll be fine in Ishgard. I'll be going personally.
Most competent person around.
Rendered evidently slightly less competent by the interference of a certain dragon.
Damn you, Midgard somewhere!
Sell me blade to the Ishgardians? Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. See? I've been saying this whole time, I can do a great many things, so long as you pay me. Turns out I was not the only one in this continent who got it.
Yeah.
And you made me out to be some kind of greed-based freak. Like I was the only person who could ever possibly think that way?
Yeah, you're a monster. We've been over this. We've already discussed this. This is a set of the plot. That guy's just an exception. We don't talk about him.
Angular adventurer. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddle behind an icy wall. There you are, Sir Josh. So, did you sway any hearts? Ooh, 1.
Maybe 2.
1 or 2, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slafstorm's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. Might well be.
Oh. The one-eyed guy that you were talking to earlier, I don't know if you recognize him, and I don't remember if his quest is still in the game.
Yo?
He
was from the, you know, that time that I had to make my own feast?
Yeah, he's from the Company of Heroes.
He was from that, yes. Still not sure if I've canonically kicked him in the nuts for that yet. So. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphinaud. Apparently the Alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. As usual. There you go. It's getting to the point where even the NPCs are just routinely remarking on. It really is absolutely ridiculous how you have to be everywhere doing everything all the time, isn't it? Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar or you'll be late. Alphinaud said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. To Uldar. Good job I caught that in the end there, otherwise I would have gone back to, you know, Ishgard, the place where the problem is. That would have been embarrassing. Oh.
But funny.
Yeah.
So, if you... I realize it's starting to get a little late, but honest to God, in another 2 hours, like, you have maybe, at most,
that's a nice
an hour or 2, and you're out of a Realm Reborn. I would highly recommend you just stick it through and get done with it today. You were, like, super duper close to getting to a Realm Reborn.
We shall see what happens. That one. Starting to wear a fucking hole in this carpet.
Why?
Just grinding down a path. I've been through here so many times, so often, so very frequently. I'm wearing the carpet thin.
In your room or in the game?
In the game. This
yeah.
path along the Royal Promenade. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience had prompted a gathering of the council, so I needed my support hero by my side. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
Obviously, you're going to get the most satisfying moment here, because they're going to be exactly how you always call them here.
You're cracking up a bit, Miles.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, we agree with your assessment, okay.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Star has none.
Gridonia does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
Under siege from what?
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
That's true, but you don't have to send the guys from Cartano.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what I was doing 5 minutes ago before you called me here. Also, who the fuck do you think I am?
These are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
But they're not our fellow man. They're Ishgardians. They're religious lunatics.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed.
Yes, true, but also it's not really that foreign. It's like literally next door.
Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Meanwhile, the Sultana is having a nap. Tiny baby child thing is tired.
EP? EP baby.
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Yeah. As I mentioned, she is like 9.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
All right. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horshafont and Sir Aymeric to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Yeah. They're either in the Alliance or they're not. I don't know what everybody else is actually busy doing, bearing in mind I'm the one going around solving literally all of their problems for them. All the time. But, to be fair, Ishgard really does have it coming. If you need help from places, you have to set up the avenues for that help to be made available beforehand. You can't just say, now please help us with everything you have, please, because they're going to turn around and say, no, it's busy. Everything we have is already distributed. We can't, there's nothing set aside here. You should have not been isolationist dickheads like 10 years ago. We would have set some kind of contingent up.
Or felt like we had some kind of debt.
Or that. You know, if you felt like you had some kind of debt, you'd make some kind of preparation to repay it. As opposed to suddenly being sprung off. This is the equivalent of someone showing up at the door and saying, hello, I need $100,000 right now, please.
And you know, when you asked them for $100,000, they told you to bugger off.
Yeah.
That's literally what's going on here. Because
no, fuck off. It's not my problem. Yeah.
You know that whole like Battlefield and Cartano that we asked for your help with, and you shrugged us off, told us to pound sand. Yeah. Now we're doing the same.
Right. That's pettiness. But they are generally coming up with the more understanding that they want to be left alone, so that's what we were prepared to do. We are prepared to leave them alone. Like we don't have anything. We don't have anything ready set aside to send to them in aid. We have everything that we have, and it's already distributed apart according to the concerns that we had up until yesterday, because their concerns weren't our concerns at all. They made sure of that. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing for them. But fair enough. Mind you, as I also said, I have no idea what their forces are otherwise busy doing. But I can understand fully the argument that they are busy doing stuff way before Ishgard suddenly turns around and says, hey, all of our concerns are also all of your concerns as well, don't you know? As of now. And no moment prior to this. Captain Ilbert, what news? We will find out Captain Ilbert's news after this non-commercial break. Okay. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have at this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Yeah, you really were taking your time about this. Why are you holding this meeting in Uldar, for example? Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare, the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde. Ere they descend upon Ishgard, I will join you as soon as I am able. Sir Josh, I would have you and your adventurer allies, those guys, bolster the defences of the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment. He will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Sure thing. Teleporter to Cuthus. Huh. This is not the right way. Larson, you are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Travanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily servants seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Oh, hey. I should like to say, oh hey, you came. You who are undecided about whether you're going to defend or attack. Ah, here there be dragons. Puke. Hang on, I'm summoning my attack bird. I've eaten grapes and shit. Damn, so good. That it?
What's up?
I'm just wondering if that was it. Apparently it is. Wasn't much to it.
How did you do this?
Did I what?
Did you do the instance?
No, I think I'm still getting towards it.
Yeah, you should hit the group bubble. You should leave the group now, because I'm not on my computer.
Okay.
It'll make you leave anyways when you get to the instance.
Flying at night in a blizzard. I have no idea where I'm going. Well, again, that was simple enough. There you go, all your enemies are dead. What news, adventurers? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say, Dravanian devils, down their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir, but avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Oh yeah, no, the other guys were pretty wiped out, yeah, this is true. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, the great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danifan's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Oh, the scions. Hey guys. Scions of the Seventh Dawn? We cannot well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louis Soir has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Yida and I will join the rearguard. Right, if the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. I trust you are ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. I mean, I sure wish I had some potions. Ah, back down to level 50 again. Fun! I love being level 50. Always and forever. Ah, you must be Nidhogg. Well, I said that we clearly have 2 eyes. So maybe not.
No, Doc. I promise. It kind of sort of screams, I'm Nidhogg.
It really does,
Or is it one?
but they have 2 eyes already.
Okay, but that's not Nidhogg.
Okay.
I'm saying it screams, I'm Nidhogg, because it literally screams, I'm Nidhogg.
Oh. Right, so what should I be doing then?
Attacking the giant dragon.
The giant dragon.
And if you can't attack the giant dragon, attack them.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
But yeah, the reason why this got changed is because this trial used to take fucking forever, and most people just wouldn't care to do it. So the moment you get a queue and they see it exists, they abandon it or leave it.
Oh!
Because people just didn't care to do this trial. There's other ones.
What? Oh, god damn. Fall back now. But to what? To where? I can't move. Ah, I see.
It's just a cinematic moment.
Eva, to me.
Oh, you're not gonna want to land there. Or stand there.
Ah.
He lands there.
So I noticed. Hello, Bissap. presses the damn button.
Sting.
Defeat at all costs. Well, it's taken alive, that's all I can say. It's like, it's taken a really long time. This is a big dragon, this son of a bitch. Oh.
Yeah. In the previous...
oh, I died! Oh, okay, that explodes right the way through. I didn't know that, because he didn't display that at all. He just said he's going to attack over there. I don't have any potions, because no one fucking sells any! Anywhere!
It kind of did display that it was going to go forward.
Well, I didn't see that. When it started out, it wasn't. He said,
yeah,
you know...
your camera's like up your ass. Pull your camera back.
I can't... It doesn't go that much further back. I can't see all that much, alright? I don't have the resolution! Can I pull it back any farther, Jim?
Well, you can't pull it further back in this area because you're inside. You can't go like higher than the dome.
I just really wish I had some fucking potions. Or it allowed me to be my actual level 56 self with a heal. That would work. I could use that. But no, I have to be level 50. So irritating and enervating and disappointing. It's an RPG, it's all about leveling up and gaining abilities, and then you hit level 50, and then for the next about 50 hours of gameplay, the game says, nah, that's enough. Stop. I was dealing with the Von Vader of Garlemald at level 50. That was ages ago. Still have to be level 50, dealing with everything after that. It's so tedious. And also, it would just really help if I could get some potions. But no one sells any potions. Anywhere. Well, they do, but you know, they're potions that would give me back, like, 10% health. I don't need that. Well then. Let's do it all over again. Right, I am zoomed right farthest back. Oh no, there's a bit of cold coffee there. Oh, I can move.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
That still hit. I see that. Ow. Ah, something healed me, cool.
To me!
Oh, cool. I just slam right into that. Ow. Aha, right. You fooled me once with that attack pattern. I am wise to your tricks now, son of a bitch. Ow. Let's definitely be a little less if we stand way backward. Cool. The battle is still being waged against this dragony bastard, who just has a lot of health. Yeah. I'll watch down this bit. There you go. Die in suffering and agony, you scaly bastard.
With the original trial, you would not damage him yourself. right, you would have the tank just grab the aggro, right, and the healers just helping heal the tanks, and all the DPS would jump on mounted weapons, because trying to attack him would do so little damage.
I didn't notice any mounted weapons, so I didn't use those.
There wasn't any. They removed them.
Right, there you go. Where are you going, cards? The dragons, they're withdrawing. Victory is ours. A stopgap measure. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Yeah. Dragoon, away! Just poosh. Okay, so that's that done. Sir Josh, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal rays were not found wanting. Bleh. Commander Levere, Sir Josh. True to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried away from the field. Pray, let us meet anon that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Travanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, may have equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. Getting the people of this place, well, getting their heads out of their asses so they can deal with shit themselves. That is the goal, right? That is why we're doing all this? Or did I miss something? I missed something, didn't I? And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. It is a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would like to take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. Yes, boy, our achievement.
He was fighting. He just wasn't fighting with you.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
He literally just says that he was at the Steel Vigil helping to fight.
No, he said he was at the Steel Vigil and that his braves weren't found wanting.
Well, he's the commander of the Braves. He was literally leading them.
From the rear, I would assume.
There's no winning with you.
We've already know what happens when he gets involved in a fracas. Somebody, without even noticing, just elbows him on the side of the head and he falls over with a boo-boo. That I then have to go and comfort him through.
Why do I even try?
There is
So many-
precedence here. It is known. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Uldar and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfinia in person. See, it'd be great to rest at the Rising Stones, if only there was actually a place to rest at the Rising Stones. There is not. Yes, bye, fellow. See you 10 minutes from now. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfidia. Okay. Bye, Thancred, and Yustola, and Ida, and Papalymo. I'm going home, apparently. For all of about 3 minutes. You know I'm going to get there and then they'll say, things in Uldar are complicated. You have to go over there and sort it out. Alphanode has requested that I give this break. Yeah, 3 minutes. I'm going to be briefing Minfidia on what happened in the battle, and the conversation will be interrupted by news that Alphino desperately needs my help in Uldar. That or another Ascian's going to show up. So Josh, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege, and of course of the role you played in ending it. I mean, I was there. Honestly, I gotta admit I didn't feel all that useful. I even died once. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Sir Josh. Thank you. It's fine. Apart from anything else, one of the main reason all dragons died is because their daddy decided to interfere in my business. Had he not, I might have been more open to negotiation. You must be weary, Sir Josh, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. Hello. A messenger from Uldar arrived with a missive for you.
You were wrong. It's not from Alphanode.
From Uldar, the royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Uldar in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. I mean, I did say I would be interrupted like 3 minutes into this with a message saying that I had to go to Uldar. Apparently it's to eat food. This I did not expect. But the general gist of it, you know, close enough to be clairvoyant. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Well, every other fucker I know seems to be, so it doesn't surprise me. Ah, but mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. It might well do. Such is politicking. A sigh. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbreeder, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Indeed, busy, busy, busy. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. You say that now, but assassinations are common fare at feasts, or at least assassination attempts. Tatara, if you would do me the favour of contacting the rest of the Scions. People around here will absolutely never, definitely never have heard of anything like the Red Wedding. I.e., why is it more noble to kill 100 men in battle rather than 10 men at dinner? Of course, antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tatara to sign such request. Could aught be amiss? Do you want me to go and find out? Look for Tatara at her desk. Yes, apparently so. Destination? She's not there. Allow me to take 5 or 6 seconds to become aware of this fact. Tatara is conspicuous by her absence. Flamen, where is the tiny creature? Tatara, I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Ah, methinks she wants to go to the feast. No longer content with being a mere secretary. She near somewhere? No. Is this you in the car out front, by the way?
Who else would it be? Also, no, I'm just vibing here at the moment. The quest is here in Mordona.
Well, I was just wondering. Ah! What's wrong, tiny creature? Oh, Sir Josh, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfidia before things get any worse. Ah, you always know what to say, Sir Josh. I'm glad we had this little chat. No problem, kiddo. Just give my ankles a good healthy crunch on the way down. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Sir Josh made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments.
Even Hoary Boulder and Coultenay have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Yes, no doubt you will have immense strength. You won't be brushed aside by every comer at all. Smoke. What? Hey. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by Lalafell. I've never seen Mr. Tara so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Well, it can't be me. I am expected at a banquet. With food. I intend to be there, where the food is. Large quantities of quality-free food. There are 2 story missions, Mars. Which one should I take? Well, in the absence of guidance, I will take the one on the top. Minfilia is at a loss for words. Okay. The power to defend oneself? Tatara has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to get admitted to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. It's a guild. They don't usually get into the habit of blowing up their trainees. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? I do remember that, and I was just telling you I don't have the time when I'm expected at a banquet. Well, I'm sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. I mean, you haven't really tried. I've been standing here the whole time. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath the man of your talents, but I'm going to ask you to do it anyway. Fine. Generous to a fault. I thank you, Sir Josh. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. You know what? It really doesn't matter to me that much. You're truly a pillar of strength, Sir Josh. No problem. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. I will wander around and make sure some dumbass scholars don't get their heads removed by whatever head-removing things may be on their paths. And I'm guessing this is going to be happening in Mordona, so I will do that first and then head down to Limsa to observe Tataru's training program. Sir Josh, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? It is. Feel free to fall to your knees in praise at any time. Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coultenay? Our misfortune is becoming a blessing. An opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Former Warrior of Light. I no longer have light because of that dragon. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, but our mission is the same. Separated by Malmesbury, maybe, but in spirit we shall be together. Right. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. Oh, a good face transformation, you know, just expression of absolute dread you switch to there. Just... To more practical concerns, Sir Josh, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. Waiting at Camp Tranquil. Okie dokie.
Please don't make that expression again. Right, to Limpso, the South Shroud. Head to the South Shroud first, then. You there. At last, the Salesman deigns to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is somehow... Come, we are late enough as it is. You were just saying before how bodyguard duty is way beneath me. Ah, this bitch does not even know who I am. Since I'm here, I will go and talk to the people standing in front of this just so that the dungeon is unlocked. Here at Nedric's recommendation, you must not be without skill. Fortress built by Amdapur and ancient people rose to power upon aching knowledge upon the heyday of their civilization. During the heyday of their civilization, they built magnificent structures such as this. Alas, that splendor has long faded into memory, and the keep has become a lair for the lambs of Dalamud, the doomsday cult. Cool. Some of the cultists have succeeded in summoning void scent, and we wood whalers welcome capable adventurers who will be willing to keep their numbers in check. The poor keep now accessible. Cool. You dungeons for level 50s. Everything's for level 50. I'm tired of being level 50 in everything that I do. I have mentioned this previously. Bears repeating because it's still true. Now to contend with this douchebag. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. Why am I even here, then? I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Moron, I will kill you if you do not learn to show respect. Yes, you have both completed our respective tasks with satisfactory outcome, though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. I don't like to pick fault, but we must be allowed to concentrate. I will kill you. Or just leave you to die, but also suit my purposes just fine. Well, no, actually it wouldn't. I am hired as a bodyguard, so I will make sure that nothing else kills you. And then, once the task is completed, kill you myself. Yes, that would do. Right about here. Yes, as before, I'd ask you to keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Sure thing. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. Goody between. There appears to be a door in this tree. I'm assuming it's some kind of dungeon, again, for some reason. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure in safety. Want me to get rid of these then? Huh. No, whoops. This data should provide invaluable to sniffing guards, but is that stench? Did you sort of creep of adamantoise while my back was turned? Quickly now, to come tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and offal. Kill this man. You chose to paddle in the ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. You can do it entirely on your lonesome, then. better to serve the signs of the seventh dawn than a humble scholar and his faithful assistant. What? For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Fount. Why am I... What the... The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant. Yes, no, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. Why? Why did they choose to do this? Why? In the end of all things, did they choose to saddle me with this shit? You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Pretty sure I've been here before, but this place is nice. I like it. Yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. Something else. Sound, come here. I need you. Oh, Wilrod. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. Has it? There you are, Sir Josh. Hoare and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Sigh. Gutted like a hog. But not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I have heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. No, he came from very far away. God knows how someone got to dump his corpse way out here. What caused had Wilra to come here? Well, what should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Sir Josh. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The Antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. I can inspire other people to walk the same path as me as could be, but they will all invariably suffer from the massive downside of being Eorzean, and thus vulnerable to corruption, betrayal, backstabbing, stupidity, incompetence. You know, the works. Anyway, on to Limsa. We'll get back and report about that later. Hey, I get the feeling this isn't registered as a favored destination. Yeah, because move resident soul because that is my return point. Right. This way. Laggy. Oh, for God's sake, will you just click once? Click accurately, press the button, and thank you. That's getting really tedious.
Oh, this part's really, really sweet, especially if you've been an Arcanist.
I haven't though.
Yeah. It's really silly. They debated on removing this as a filler quest, and everyone rioted.
You know, I'm not much want to react at all to sweet things, yeah?
It's less sweet and more just silly and funny. Downstairs. Here's the downstairs. It's over by the main door.
Yeah, I figured. The fuck is this? Carbuncle battle? The carbuncles are eating each other?
More just they're focusing on summoning carbuncles.
So Josh, what are you doing here? Minfilia was fairly convinced that if you tried to do anything even vaguely combat related, you would probably wind up blowing your own head off, so she sent me to supervise. I didn't mean for her to worry, that's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tatarutaru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. See, I knew she was... I mentioned this ages and ages and ages ago, that based on the fact that Momodi Modi is called Momodi Modi, that Tataru would be called Tatarutaru. Remember? It's way, way back when I first came to the Waking Sands. I said so, and you said, I'm pretty sure that's not how the names work. And I said, I beg to differ, and it is confirmed. The full name is Tatarutaru. Shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress... At the Mistress's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Okay. Excuse me. Begin. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? I come to inquire of Tatarutaru. So, you are acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. A trial we've conducted at the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. I wonder if that dialogue changes if you've gone through the guild yourself. I would imagine it does.
Yep, it does.
As you are an accomplished Arcanist, you know well that this and that. Zephyr's Gate, you say? That way.
You can literally just click on Zephyr's Gate and the thing.
I can.
Because the crystal, yeah. So click on the Aethernet crystal.
Oh yeah,
and you can transfer to Zephyr Gate.
Failed to notice. Huh. What? Ah. He. Stand and survey. Razia seized a pirate's port, where she met her shining Jew. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Beat with the vector, begin with the gust, deck it with the downburst, go, carbuncle, go! Oh ho ho, are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? Ah, I think you'll find that the Carbuncle has eaten itself. Just slowly trotting off into infinity by itself. What? Come back, Carbuncle. Come back. Ah. No, I have long since graduated from dealing with the rabid sheep. I should have known you'd come, Sir Josh. You needn't say a word, your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Sniffle, betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thubigrim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Oh.
So you want to know something funny after doing that quest? Rather interesting, I should say, depending on your choice. You can find that carbuncle just randomly.
Oh, it's just running around out there now, is it?
Yeah, you can find it in random spots. You'll always know it's her carbuncle and not someone else's carbuncle because it'll always be on top of something.
Oh.
I can show you one of the most common spots it is here in Mordona.
There's just a liberated carbuncle running around the place now.
Yep.
Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? poorly.
There's actually a couple characters you can meet that roam out and about, or like a couple things that you can just randomly find by doing like certain optional quests and certain story quests.
Abysmally, abysmally, as Sir Josh will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tatara, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Yeah, sure. You are too kind, Mistress Thibodeau. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged.
See, Tataru, like, I realize she doesn't get a whole lot of limelight in A Realm Reborn. She gets a lot more when we get to Heaven's Ward and stuff like that. And when you get to Heaven's Ward, she is incredibly sweet and supportive and kind and compassionate, and it's just like even if you don't immediately enjoy her character, you do appreciate all she's done. You know what I mean?
So she actually becomes an actually written character as opposed to an entity.
Yes. And she eventually kind of just becomes like, you know, she does everything she can to help support the group in her own way. And you kind of she's like that receptionist. If you ever gone to like school or whatever, you know, going to school or going to like, you know, seen in TV shows or whatever, of that receptionist who kind of just goes above and beyond to make sure everyone's happy and having a good one, gives out cookies, has a smile, always gives you a pep talk, kind of type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the role that Tataru takes over.
Okay. What did she say before that? As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little while longer. Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Costa del Sol, you say? Bit of a trick. Excuse me. Is that a Lullafell now in a bikini? It is. That... Something about... Many things about this are just wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the drowning wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvellous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. What now? Where's she gone? What fortune? I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. No.
It's a water-type Pokemon. Look at the sizable health bar.
Back too far up.
Oh, what the f... Right, asshole. Got a problem with distances, do you?
It's the aggro. And it's based on where the creature spawns, not where you do the destination thing.
Ah. See, the interesting thing is the dawn outside the window is not actually the turquoise of coastal waters. It's pleasantly light blue, for once. You know, it's not just a grey matte coating. That's refreshing. Well fought, Sir Josh, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamin waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. Way to secure provisions for the scions in the Leminson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the Antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Okay, farewell, Sir Josh. Thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Indeed, this whole thing does seem rather final.
You are rapidly approaching the end of A Realm Reborn. You have like maybe 2 or 3 quests. A fair few cutscenes, but you are, like as I said, you are rapidly approaching the end of A Realm Reborn.
Right. Well, now we return to Riven's Toll. God, this kid is still here on his pocket bike.
Probably went AFK.
Hiyo. I might sound at all times like I have absolutely no respect for the Lalafell as a species. And it's unfortunate to come across that way, but I do because I don't. So that's that. At least among us. Here we go. So Josh, you are returned and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? Ah, this is...
Let's do the other one first, I think. Wilred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alfred at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this, and why? I reckon it was that Captain Wook. Welcome home, Mr. Josh. I found that you found Tyra, Nims, and Limiter. I did. My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. Right. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are coming to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbours to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? Some reasons. We have bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies, broken on the steps of faith. And before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbreeder. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Uldar, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. In what? Off to the big soiree, Sir Josh. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind? Wilred's dead. Somebody stabbed him. And dumped his body in the shroud, somehow. By the Navigator, Wilred's dead? Gods damn it, they must have... Oh, they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it, 'tis past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from, so I had a dig around, on the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo consortium, a daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something wasn't right. So I went through the ledgers again and found another half-dozen donations from organisations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Oh, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taken to Leggie's coin. But now we know as some of them are. I'd wager me right eye they're the ones what did for Wilfred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention, he was. Should have seen it. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't. God damn me. Still, I don't see what Teleji hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be clever too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And Sir Josh, mind yourself when you're an old eye. We're heading into a storm, I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Like I said, royal banquets, quite commonly the stomping ground for assassins
and assholes.
General murderous plots, backstabbery.
And assholes.
Well, yeah. Teleport. I got that 10/7 now. 6 hours have been going. How many more quests, Mars? How many more? How much longer? How much further must I push? A time to every purpose.
You have 4 more quests.
So I have to do this one and then there's 3 more, or there's 4 more after I'm done with this one?
You do have to do this one and there's 3 more. You're getting really, like a lot of these quests are honestly pretty quick. This next little bit kind of just goes.
Okay. If I'm still here at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, okay. So you might, but not due to these quests. You probably will because of cutscenes.
Right, time to wear down the threads again.
Hey, you'll have all of tomorrow off to just kick back and relax. You're getting really, really close. This is the time to kind of, this is one of those times where you buckle down and get it done.
Right. In fact, we have been waiting for you, Sir Josh. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you are needed at the quicksand. Oh.
It's literally just like she received a message. It's super fast, I promise.
We will go on ahead, Sir Josh. Pray join us once matters of the quicksand are resolved. Yeah, you go get to feasting. Give my regards to Momodi and let her know that I will call upon her anon. So basically, I am being led around on a wild goose chase to get me out of the room. Assassination and skullduggery is afoot. Momodi, why have you brought me here away from my food? I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Sir Josh. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alian, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Yeah, vaguely. But anyway, she came round for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Said if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coffin. There's something I must show you.
A short message, I'll grant you, but she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd have thought those signs of a troubled heart, but something tells me she ain't planning to confess her undying love. Thanalan? Thanalan, yes. Ha! Ah, those ruins down there, that one place where so very, very long ago I was ambushed. Destination? No, I wasn't ambushed, somebody else was ambushed. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but you see no sign of Alianne. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Keequern and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. So Josh, is that you? What brings you out this way? Hi. Lieutenant Alianne? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honoured guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to Waldar, Sir Josh. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. Interesting expression. Also, there was a vial there. What is up with the vial? Why am I not thinking twice about the vial? Why is my character being a doof?
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Lorenzius, you're just going to hang out up there now, are you? That's not suspicious at all. I doubt you. God damn you, all that food and wine, I can't think what man wants serving. I'll be back for you. Laurentius. Laurentius. Who the fuck is Laurentius? Where am I supposed to know Laurentius from? Well, Mori, I found this cloudy vial. I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast on me, Melanie. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist vial, but beyond that I can't say. It might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Alien. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Would you believe that while you were away, another message arrived for you? One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go.
Hey, Tappin.
What?
You have 2 quests left.
Cool.
This one and one
You
more.
needn't trouble yourself so.
I don't know now that you need trouble yourself, sir.
Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
See, I'm already being referred to as his trusty Warrior of Light.
He will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required his attention, but it did not sound serious.
There was a cat woman in underwear and not even, yeah, fishnet tights. People abound with just no sense of dignity. Thank you for coming, sir. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or, if you are ready, it would be my honour to escort you to Her Grace's chambers forthwith. Let us forthwithly go. Upon proceeding to the Sultana's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. So basically, watch cutscenes at the end of the game now, or go to bed and see them another time.
Okay. You have one quest between here and Heaven's Ward. You have two options. Obviously, you can go to bed now and avoid both of them, right? You can watch one and do the other one on Friday. Or you can just get to a Realm Reborn and call it a night. Those are your three options. Or sorry, you can get to Heaven's Ward and then call it a night. Those are really your three options.
I shall watch the cutscenes.
Both of them or just one of them?
Well, basically, I'm not going to step into anything Heaven's Ward related at all.
I mean, when you finish up the cutscene, so you're going to have a bunch of cutscenes,
yeah,
right? And then you're going to get teleported to Camp Dragonhead, and you're going to talk to Horsefant, and then you're going to watch more cutscenes. And then when you get finished talking to Horsefant, you will be put in Ishgard, where Heaven's Ward starts. So that way you can at least attune to the crystal at Heaven's Ward.
Okay. In that case, I will watch these cutscenes, get teleported to Camp Dragonhead, and then stop there.
That sounds fair.
Right. Let us proceed to the Sultana's bedchamber. You know, it's really not every young lady who can summon me to her bedroom.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Granted, no other young ladies actually want to, so...
Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words after the fact.
That's politicking.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
I was wondering if he was going to be given a voice actor.
The answer to that is simply no.
You may go.
Yu House is not important to get a voice actor. That fucking little shit.
Your Grace.
Your Grace. I shit myself.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Mm-hmm.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
I know.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence.
Yes. I've noticed this since day one.
But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
It's a good idea in theory. Mind you, the opportunity to make this speech is literally occurring right now, and you're not making it.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
I can try.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. How much we have both changed since that day we met beneath the Sultan tree. And the days ahead promise to change us further still. I
don't know.
hope that we will recognize ourselves when all of this is over.
I reckon I'm still pretty much exactly the same guy. That'll be poison then.
I spoke a little too late. I knew it would be the second she picked it up. Again, why am I just sat there like a doof?
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
Yes. What a merciful stroke.
Poison in her wine?
Yes, quite clearly.
You did this!
I clearly didn't.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
The suspect would be the maid who prepared the wine. And probably you for bursting in so very instantly with all of these guards.
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Good luck. Oh wait, it's a cutscene. I don't get to just kill them.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
Even the grunts get voices.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Money.
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
He does have a voice. Look at that, Mars.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Meanwhile, Thancred is getting his flirt on.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
See, why didn't my character get to do that?
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without Her Grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, gods damn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in Her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
Hey, seriously, let me get chained up.
This man stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo, and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
Oh, hey! Ilbert's a traitor.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Poisoner in chief. I never really trusted, owing to the fact that she wears glasses.
None more. None more.
No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Yay! Finally!
Rub onto Chad.
Something a bit sensible finally fucking happened. Seriously, why the fuck did I get tied up?
General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members.
Please tell me he gets it next.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Admiral, we must leave.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
He was very distracted by how angry he was.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Harsh.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
That's a good move. That's also a good move.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of treason going on. A lot of real big-time treason. It's surprising because this is arguably a sort of confident level of treason. Almost. And I really never saw that coming.
Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Ah, there you are.
Thancred, where have you been?
Flirting.
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation.
Yeah,
It would appear that
he-
much of the city is already under
directly
tight
admitted
guard.
that.
It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
I've been saying that since day one too.
Since minute one of day one.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
There's been some competency at work.
Would I be right in thinking we
cannot
now have an
be
excuse to
Aldanian
pummel
in
as
origin.
many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the rising stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ulda. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
Yeah, that's another thing. What happened to the Royal Guard? Why were the Royal Guard not outside the Sultana's doors, but the brass blades were? A little strange.
It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
More than likely, most of the Royal Guard was also under arrest.
Yeah.
As most of the Royal Guard is
The
loyal
rest
to
of you go
Raubon
on ahead.
only.
I'll handle this lot.
As the Raubon, like most of the Royal Guard is Raubon's trusted allies.
By
So
yourself?
they probably just got arrested under, association with Raubon.
Yeah.
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
I mean, really, you could have just stepped on the other side of the gate and done that, couldn't you?
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Yeah, but that's what she does,
know if
though.
you're-
She's a lingering sort.
One of the things, let me know when you're at a dialogue point that you can pause that.
Will do.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
Alright, so I kind of want to get into what I want to say
I
here
could do
real
this
quick.
all day. How about you?
While you're focused on Ida and Papalimo.
Okay, go ahead.
So, kind of give a little context of Ida and Papalimo. Papalimo is Louis Sua's #1 student, and he got showcased a lot in 1.0. Like he was like whenever you did something and Louis Sua needed help with it, or since someone you, he usually sent Papalima. Papalima is a really, really, really good mage.
Right.
Ida. Now I want you to. I'm going to give you a little bit of foreshadowing that exists in 1.0. You just saw that Ida's eyes are blue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Ida's eyes are supposed to be green.
Oh.
I'm going to say no more in regards to Ida, though.
And you would know that
But
if you'd played 1.0?
Yes.
Right. So this whole reveal means nothing to everybody who didn't get to play that part then.
Sadly.
Once again, just top-notch design. Continue on.
Nearing the end of my tether.
Papalimo is a badass.
Let's have a look then.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn, the ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last. Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Fun fact, that was the monk limit break.
I thought it might be.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
Well, obviously there were sewers. There were always sewers.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Also, it's a sewer.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two, go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
Also, everyone's going to get captured again. Guys, it just means I'm going to have to rescue you all later, you know.
What do you mean to do?
Get captured, eventually.
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
Didn't see him just sprint on.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Ophelia.
Mitra's her sister, by the way.
Heidelin, she speaks to me.
Gosh, she sure picks her moment, doesn't she?
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
Because you are amazeballs.
'Tis the only way.
Well, I'm slightly annoyed that I have to run away like a bitch from my own instead of just killing everybody.
You have been disarmed.
So I have. Then again, that wasn't exactly my choice now, was it? I recognize that outfit.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
Alright, okay, admittedly, I thought you were your sister.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
And who's this?
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
Hello, guy from day one.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard! I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away.
What informed sister?
I thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I guess so.
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yeah, the recruitment on that Crystal Braves company, as it turns out, piss poor.
And who might you be, young sir?
Yeah, I've been wondering that.
Pippin Terrapin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
Pippin?
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
Yeah, you really
it was
fucked it.
I who needed saving.
Oh, then now it's not voiced anymore? What the hell? Them soldiers will keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be.
You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Oh yes, I have many people to murder. Wait a minute. What the f... We just went on a crazy long ride from here all the way around this way to round somewhere to here. Escaping people who are coming after us here.
Well, you had to throw them off.
Let's assume we did that. Right. Well, this was exhausting, so,
I forgot there's an intermediary before you get to Herschel Font.
makes sense. As I mentioned, that whole, getting accused by all the police forces in Uldar of killing the Sultana and nearly being arrested. Very tiring business, so I'll be retiring to the inn now.
So, you want to know something that's funny?
The fact that I'm currently running through Uldar to go to sleep in the inn.
The game never tells you this, but if you ever go back to Mortona while this whole spiel is still going on.
Ah, you traitorous bastard. Yes?
What?
You'll see it in a minute.
Right into a random crystal brave. If you go back to Mortona, there will be several crystal brave NPCs, and if you talk to them, many of them will be like, we don't believe accusations, or one of them is like, I would arrest you, but I'm tasked with keeping the peace, and if I tried to arrest you, it would cause strife and combat, and we can't be having that now. It's just, no, if no one else was here, I would totally arrest your ass. Please leave.
Okay.
In other words, they don't believe it, or they're too afraid of you, because you were amazing.
Right. Well then. Now the stream has run way over time. I'm going to stop
To be
there.
fair, you were also late.
Yeah, but it's run over time even compared to that. Like, normally I'd stop at 6, and then if I start now at 8, I'll stop at 7. It's now 20 past 8. The sun outside is blinding. As you can see,
Sleep like a rock.
it's probably actually a bit late for that. How do you fall asleep at 20 past 8? I don't know. We'll see what happens. For right now, well, that was the most eventful shit to have happened in like 100 hours.
I tell you, shit hits the fan suddenly.
That just went.
If it makes you feel better, I was in this exact same mental state.
I'm not feeling bad. It's just it's like the fact that
It took that long to get to that point.
and it was right at the end of the session where I was exhausted. I wasn't expecting it to be that long and that huge, Mars. Jesus Christ, I thought I'd be watching cutscenes for 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, not an hour. Fuck hell.
If it makes you feel any better, or like helps out at all, I was in the exact same exhausted mental state you are in right now when I got to Heavensward 2. I was so ready to get to Heavensward, and when I got to Heavensward, it was 3 o'clock my time, before my current usual stay up late schedule, right? Because I usually go to bed now at 2. But at the time that I got to Heavensward, it was a Friday night, right? And I usually went to bed at 10 or 11. I got there at 3 o'clock and was kind of just like, see, most of the stuff that you for instance, you were a little bit more awake when we had all the foreshadowing, hinting that things aren't quite all great with the Crystal Braves. I didn't have that, right? Because I was exhausted.
I mean,
didn't notice
that and I haven't, since basically showing up here, I haven't trusted any Aussian as far as I could throw one.
Which is fair.
So, and it turns out, with good cause, they've either gotten themselves all killed or tried to kill me. So...
So I when the betrayal okay, I didn't trust Yu House.
Yu House.
I didn't trust Yu House. I didn't trust there were still I wasn't too surprised about the Crystal Brave one, but when it came to the Sultana being poisoned and Raubon losing his, that threw me. That absolutely sent me.
I was not. Well, I was expecting the poisoning from the second she picked up a goblet. I didn't see it coming before then. Although it did seem strange to me that that's going to transition to an actual democracy, and what is this character going to disappear from the game? Just going to be hanging around? Seems interesting and strange in a way. It sounds like it'd be very complicated to write. And she's dead before she can announce that happening. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was.
But the second I saw the goblet, it's like, she's going to get poisoned. But anyhow, I mean, Jesus Christ, I have to write a summary for this. Nobody watches these clips; they're too long. But still, I put them on YouTube with a nice summary. And we started out with Leviathan lasering me through my sacred realm.
That wasn't Leviathan, that was Midgard Sommer.
Yeah, Midgard Sommer. So that's where the fatigue gets into it.
So
I got lasered. I was thinking that was going to be the big thing. I got lasered, and then there was fighting against dragons, and then... How do I summarize all of this to make sense? Basically, I'm going to have to come up with a title for this particular clip that's going to be... I don't know how I'm doing that.
Let's be real here. I'm lazy, so when it comes to summaries, you want to know what I would do? Just do?
I'm probably just going to write betrayal.
Fair, but I honestly would have just put shit hits the fan.
Anyhow, that'll do for now. So, bye everybody.
Sleep well.
Oh, God.